say so. So with a little soup, now if you had more soup, then what would we call it? This is
Very salty.
But actually, it's the saltiness is what makes the soup perfect if done right.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm feeling a bit salty today. Alright.
In fact, in the last year, a staggering 50 new brands of toothpaste have been launched in Great Britain alone. But do these products really do anything?
Better just law of headline says no. They wouldn't. The need to ask that question just implies no. Alright. Oh, okay. Hang on. I should post this to the ScummVM Discord because they like to know about these things. Alright, that's all done. All the admin's done. Okay. Hello. Hi. How's it going? Yeah. My name is Scott. This is a stream all about fixing things. More specifically, it is about fixing ScummVM, an engine for playing old games on new systems. And in particular, it is about fixing support for Macromedia Director. We love it on this stream. Yeah. That's all I've got to say. Okay, it is also Marchintosh, which means we are focusing, well, we were looking at kind of the paltry list of Mac-only exclusive games for Director, and I mean, there are a couple in here which I think are kind of too big for a sort of introductory, you know, just an introductory little kind of mess around. Like, there's, where is it? It's down here. It's, yeah, Daedalus Encounter, which is like a pretty high-budget FMV game with Tia Carrera in it. The Mac port is based on Director. That's a 3 CD game. We are not going to have time to do that today, so that's not on the cards. Couple of others like that. The main thing that we're going to be looking at today is Derrat Sorcerum, which we started working on last week. This is a all but forgotten Mac exclusive FMV game in the style of like Gabriel Knight 2, which has some very funny animation in it. I think we got as far as like the first 3 screens. Then we needed to use the inventory, and then the inventory does not quite work as it should. So it looks like there's actually quite a bit of depth to this game, so I'm super keen to try and figure out what is going on there. But in the meantime, like out of the rest of the stuff, which is kind of hanging around on the Mac exclusive list, what can we look at? I thought I had at least one. Yes, that's right. I got... Hang on, do I have... Did I move it in here? CDLN6.
She stood him up, so what?
Yeah, but the guy called her around 9:32, and there was no answer on the telephone. Now I have to ask myself the question, why...
Yeah, exactly. Ask the question, what? I mean, he called her on the telephone. There is some... Okay. I thought I downloaded a Paper Planes game, but I cannot see it here in my... I mean, found it at the charity shop. I found it at the charity shop, the Paper Planes game. And I'd copied the ISO in here, but I cannot see it at this point, so we may have to skip that. There was another thing that we got. Oh yeah, there was a Dungeon Street. I'm not sure if this is going to be any good. It is another kind of game with an intriguing name that also just only has a Mac version, so we'll just have a quick look at that. And worst case, if that turns out to be nothing, I have a backup game, Win16, and you know, like, this is Marchintosh, but one of the nice things about Director is pretty much everything released for Director has a Mac version. So we can use that loophole to get ourselves out of the exclusivity pit if necessary. Okay. Alright, that's Derrat Sorcerum. We don't need that just yet. We need to go into Unix, home. Okay, I'll open up the export drive. Okay, that was Mortalis. Oh no, that's right. I was just getting the Mac files for Mortalis. That's not a Mac exclusive technically. View by name. And we're going to go to downloads. Oh, here we go. Okay, so we've got this. Oh, okay, the Paper Planes one is in there. Oh crap! It's gonna have like the original. It's gonna have the original name, isn't it? Oh, sorry, the original date. Hang on. Wait, what was it called? It was called Dungeon Street. Oh crap! I didn't. It wasn't in downloads, but that was where the Paper Plane CD went. So we can try that in a little bit. Okay, no, that was in games. It was in freaking games. Oh yeah, Manboo says, so much of the director internals are seeped in its Mac roots, and how? Yeah, it's just it's resource forks all the way down. When you look at design decisions for how the director file formats and stuff work, it's quite remarkable. In fact, I'm remarking on it now. It was, oh god, all right, view by name, not just by random whatever. It was. Okay, I thought that I put it in there. Jeez, alright. Just... Oh, Director 3. God, okay. Alright, Director 3. And it was... Dungeon Street. Oh wow, okay, so it's like Dungeon Street includes a... It looks like it included an EXE, but maybe... Like I could have sworn it just said like there was an EXE bundle into there. Oh god, and it's got Moji Bake for the names. That's great. But it looks like they've only Moji Baked the names of the files for like the README, so maybe it'll be fine. Maybe Dungeon Street will be fine. So if I throw this away, and then we shut it down. Oh, that's right, and we need we need a Firefox version of the Dumper Companion. And we've got to rip Max 68K, and it was the export disk. It is Japanese. Oh, so, okay, cool. So it was just, yeah, the Moji Bake got decoded back into Shift.js. Thank you, Dumper Companion. So we'll go games, director 3, Dungeon Street. Madmo says that's a bit of a process. Yeah, it's always kind of a slog to get files translated out of HFS format. Okay. Oh no, it's not supported by ScummVM. I guess we should give up now. Okay, keep going. Okay, interesting. Okay, so we've got a system check. So it's found that we've got a Macintosh 2 CI and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we've got 33 gigabytes of memory. I mean, is that right? No, I've got 64. There are 64 gigabytes of memory in this computer. So that's immediately wrong. Actually, hang on, no, what am I saying? This is 33 megabytes. Yeah, okay, sorry. I forgot we're off by an order of magnitude, and yes, it would be emulating that it's got a 33 meg of 33 meg things. Oh crap, and you can pick the number of colors. We're gonna pick 256 because that's, I'm pretty sure, what it's hard coded in the detection table for. But that's interesting that you get a choice. Well, 1993 copyright open space. Cool little dissolve animation. Wonder how it does that. Damn, alright. Lens flare!
Pretends I got 10 girlfriends and make amends in my beds with a fisheye lens. It goes.
Hang on. Flare.
Me too, flail gun. You sure don't remember, like, tricking Homestar into getting onto a cargo plane? Or maybe bribing some walruses? Or, like, experimenting with the folding of space-time?
Whatever, I can't find it. Well, I hope we all got that story, because... anyway, high score is 200,000. Your score is... nothing. Big old goose egg. Ooh, alright. And, like, as you can see by, like, the comical size of the mouse cursor, this is quite a teeny tiny resolution game. I guess it's showing
In fact, it was this inn where Katsura Kogoro concealed himself while working on his plan to overthrow the shogunate.
Not the
And
shogunate. Alright, one sec while I transfer control to the other thing. D for Dungeon Street, there we go. Okay. Oh, okay. Uh-oh. There's some interesting rendering problems going on here. I don't know why I thought that would help. Okay, so you can go down the side here. Ah. click the slime, but it doesn't really seem to be doing anything. Oh, there we go. You just have to click on the slime a whole bunch of times. I wonder, does that, okay. So it's like little dungeon placards. Found a penguin. Endless clicking doesn't seem to be doing the trick. Okay. Cool, we got a little bit more life. Man, Dungeon Street's great. What a cool game. It's killing me though. I really want to know what that clicking that penguin is meant to do. It's going to be a generic action, I think. BP event. Actually, you know what? Let's just run. Click the penguin a bunch of times. Look at what functions get called. Like we have life check. We have. Okay, so it's attached to the mouse up handler. So what is mouse up? Mouse up is number 32. Cast 32. Okay, so we can see here, it's a bitmap with a mouse up script. Okay, so on mouse up, it basically puts score plus 13 times bonus into score, puts score into field score. Okay. So just clicking the penguin just increases your score? I mean, what is my current score? 12470. B mouse up. I want to, like, why isn't this working? Why is this not working as it should? And if we go thin, so this is the full execution trace that happens. So it takes a score, which is the number 12470, adds 13, multiplies that, and then it adds in yeah, okay, so then it adds it in, and then it assigns that to field 36, which is... Oh, okay, interesting. Okay, so it's the text gets changed to say 12483, but does the variable get changed to say that? That doesn't seem... Hang on. Let's just read this very carefully. Yeah, put score plus 13 times bonus into score. That should be changing score. That should be changing score to be bigger. So continue 12041, but like the visible... Okay, but currently we're at like 12470. If we do the same thing... Yeah, it's... Oh, I see, okay. So it is increasing your score by 13, but because I believe of a problem with the text widget, which, let's be honest here, has many problems which we're going to have to fix for Derrat Sorcerum. Like, you know, because right now the score is going to be 12496. And as soon as we navigate away from the screen... Oh, hang on. Del 1. VP Del 1? Yeah. When we navigate away from the screen, that will refresh the text widget, but we currently have an issue where changing the field should update the widget, but it does not. Okay, so that's got to be fixed. Okay, that's the exit from the maze. That's where the penguin lives. There's like a green slime on the wall here. Mad Moose asks, is this an infinite score glitch? I think it's deliberate. Like, you can, in theory, get up to 200,000 points by just clicking on the penguin 20,000 times or however how much it is. But, yeah, nothing prevents you from clicking the penguin an infinite number of times. This looks... I'm guessing this is just like a fun little kind of desktop time wastery type game. I think we're gonna have to look at it in Basilisk to see like what the background state there should be looking like. Because I think... like, it looks like these mountains are too high. And maybe the sky is too low. Or we're just missing half the sky. Okay, was there anything off the edge of this cliff? No, there was not. Ooh, little house. Okay. Ooh, my life went down a little bit. Oh, okay. You can click up a bunch of times and then you go into space. Oh, hell yeah, okay. You get a bunch of points for clicking on the train. Okay, I guess the train is a one-off, hey? Let's go down this hole. Oh! I'm guessing that means we need a key? Ooh. Take a swig of that. I wonder if there are any like secret paths in here. Hang on. Was that just double check. Yeah, okay, that door we can't get through. Ooh, and I got another. Oh, there we go. I guess that's basically just the strat. You just expected to kind of click on things ad nauseum. Oh, here we go. Little key. Oh, okay. The red potion poisons you, but you do get score. Wait. Where is this? Okay, before I get lost. Oh wait, no, that's a poison potion. What am I doing? You do get a lot of points for drinking poison. Hang on, go back in here. There's a healing potion which I should probably drink. Okay. Okay. Just check. There was nothing. Here we go. There was. Okay. It's important to, I guess, sweep the room for cool stuff. I'll be taking that. Let's go back down the hole. Where was that? Okay, it was here. There we go. Let's take the treasure. Now, what was the other key that I got? I think it was for here. I wonder. The chests are numbered. I wonder if there's like a significance to the order, or if it's just... Ooh, here we go. Hey, look at that. Okay. We'll be taking this magic wand looking thing. They got little palette swapping effects too. Oh my god, this game is so good. Okay. Whoa. Sign's not gonna stop me because I can't read Japanese. There we go. Life bonus 99,000. Hey, alright. Uh-oh. The end? Oh. Your score is 269,000. I guess we won. What a cool game. I wonder what, like, the magic wand was meant to be for. Was it meant to be for so? Also, what about that, there was, like, one other room which we went into and then I couldn't get back into, like, that weird, beige, bony looking place. Okay, well... Yeah, something's a bit amiss with the palette here. Unless it's designed to be slightly different each time, but like this here is wrong. Okay, so we're gonna... Okay, let's run this in the debugger. Sorry, in the emulator, and see what it's meant to look like. Okay, so Dungeon Street. Okay, Dungeon Street. 256 colors. Oh, okay. Oh, here we go. There's going to be timing problems because Director 3 running at full speed on this thing is going to just, you know. Oh, yeah, so it does do palette swaps. Well, okay, so it's meant to look like this. And if you go to the... Interesting. I don't know why it was, And, like, if we go up here... Okay, that looks like a genuine glitch of, like, the sea being red. I wonder what, like, the purpose of going off the end of this cliff then is. If not that. Okay, and you can use... You can use Command Q to leave. So if I run this again, does it change... Does it change the time of day? Are there multiple times of day? Because if so, that would make it even cooler. Because it looked like such a... Yeah, like it looked like a, you know, blazing sunset. Okay, we click... Nah, okay, it's always just... this. But it looks like, yeah, okay, so we've got... Ugh. I'll just take a screenshot. Sorry about the stuttering audio. Little I can do about that. That's, that'd be on Basilisk. Create a screenshot of a region. Ah. Yeah, perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. Actually, you know what? Create a screenshot of a single window. Great, that's exactly what I wanted. Okay. Create a screenshot. Select a region to grab. There we go. We'll just pick this entire area, so I can then bust it down to whatever this is. Image mode. Or is it layer? Okay, there, okay. What? Oh my god, image, cropped content, there we go. Alright, we can... That's enough of that. Also, what is also from Mixed Metaphor? I just wanted to have a quick... Oh, because it's PowerPC, which we don't have. Or I don't have you know, Basilisk doesn't have a PowerPC slot, but... Anyway... So it's meant to look like this. But what we're seeing is a little bit different. ScummVM. Oh wait, no, we've got it here. And I mean, from just how kind of jerky it is, I'm guessing that we've just got like a bunch of frames, like just using the score to navigate around the maze. Hey, Mac, how's it going? We're just trying this delightful little teeny tiny desktop dungeon crawler. And yeah, it's really cool, but I just want to know why the graphics are slightly off. Yeah, this nonsense. What's... Why is half the... Okay, my guess, right, is that it's going to be... The background layer for the sky is off by a factor of half, which would imply that some part of our drawing code is getting the sprites wrong. I mean, that'd be my guess. Draw... So if we turn debug draw mode on... Yeah, we can see, you see how when I move from left to right, we're just skipping to frames in the score. And yeah, what do we got? What are some of these bounding boxes? We've got 244 by 24. Unfortunately, it's not easy to read, so we're just gonna have to make do. Alright, so we've got 419 by 52. That is offset at like 306 across by 125 down. Maybe that's referring to this channel here. Madmo says you could look in the imagery debugger. I suppose that's true. We could at least like check what the cast member contents are. Okay, so view cast. Resize that a little bit, and okay, so let's go through one by one. So we've got cast member 12, which is a bitmap called Sky. No preview. So I guess there's like some cases where, okay, so we've got like a there are some images which for some reason are not showing up in the preview for imagery, which is a little disappointing. Oh, here we go. So we've got our mountain image. God, the mountain one's quite wide. It would be nice if it also said here if like what the dimensions were, but whatever. Okay, there we go. 937 by 33, and that is currently positioned at 660. Hang on, that's not right. It's positioned at 666 by 78, and yet it's on the left-hand side of the screen. What's up with that? Why? Madmo says, look at the score. I mean, it's not really telling us anything that we don't see here. Like, as far as I'm aware, the score view just... Oh, okay. It just tells us kind of what we've got here. So if we jog on ahead to frame 475... then we can see, yeah, it's positioned... So it's positioned this one at 666 by 78. And yet it doesn't appear to be rendering that in that spot on the screen. It appears to be rendering it like way to the left. Actually, no. Let's look at that again. Okay, no, it's the... I'm wrong, sorry. It is, I guess, rendering the bottom left corner. The bottom left corner of that image is in the top right of the screen, which would then mean... Yeah, okay, no, that would make sense. That would make sense. So, my guess from this would be that the registration offset for the image is not right. Like, the default registration offset for an image is typically like smack bang in the middle. But like, these coordinates, assuming these coordinates are right, then that can't be the case because that's up in the air. Why would you put it up in the air like that? That doesn't make sense. So if we look into cast 21. Yeah, okay, so we see that we've got... yeah, alright. So the registration offset is in fact, like, in the middle of... I mean, I think that might be the registration offset, but it is at a very odd spot. Oh no, here we go. Registration offset. So we've got it here as 506 by 112, which would be... No, that wouldn't even be halfway. That it, like, this... It would be kind of like a strange position that's almost but not quite halfway. Which movie is this in? DS.MMD. Maybe we should open it in Real Director and see what the deal is, because there's like... yeah, I'm a little confused. So here we go. Real Director is here. We've got... we go to this frame of the score. Right, okay, so we have... We have a few layers in play here. Oh god, I wish there was like a nice way of moving the stupid... Hang on, actually yes, we'll crush it this direction so we can get more height without blocking the score. Frame 475. I see, okay. So the control buttons are 18, 19, 20, 21. Okay, that and the life bar is down the bottom. Okay, that makes sense. And I'm assuming the top one would be the score. All right, so everything like below 16 we don't care about. That's in the right spot. Well, we do care about these guys up here. So what right, so we have this bitmap here, which is the sky bitmap in channel 1. Channel 1 is currently cast from 12. And that is... Like, something looks off about that. Like, when you look at how big the damn... Like, I want to say that's 271 by 303 looking. And if we look at where the... Okay, and yeah, the registration offset is like smack in the middle. But like, those rectangles seem not right by a substantial amount. Because yeah, if we go okay, that's like clear bitmap. I want like cast member info. Cast info. Oh great. Yeah, really telling me a ton new information here, game. Yeah, like we've got regx, reg-y, pitch is 256, which implies, okay, so the width is 256. Oh, do we just not say in the debug mode how
Boing.
how tall and wide things are? That's not ideal. Oops. Tell me all the things we got. We got pitch. We got reg x and y. Where is the actual? And we've got this bounding rect. It seems a little screwy. What about the actual bitmap? Picture. Tell me about the picture. Because that's going to have a surface which has a... Okay, it's 244 by 279 according to this. Actually, I should just measure it. I should just measure it, shouldn't I? Create screenshot. Because, like, all I'm going on is like, oh, that doesn't look... Oh, right, okay. I was going, that looks way too tall to be 320 by 200. The monitor that I'm viewing this on is running at a false resolution. Like, it's a 1920 by 1200 monitor running at 1080p because it's for the stream, and therefore everything looks taller. Okay, so that's... Okay, that'd explain why I was like, oh, it doesn't look like it's the right aspect ratio, but in fact, it probably is. I mean, that said though, I'm doing a measure here, and this looks way bigger. Yeah, I'm not going bonko. Look at this. Oh no, I'm going bonko. It's 243 by 279, which is what we have here. Okay, so we know 244 by 279 without a doubt is the actual image size, which then means so initial rect is correct. Regx and reg-y. I'm a little... Okay, that appears to be a bit off, because according to director, it's smack in the middle of the image, which is the default. And yet from here we're getting regx 239 and reg-y 148. Like, what's up with that? Where's that coming from? regx. Okay, so I see. Okay, so old director file format gets reg-y and regx from this bit of the stream, and then the newer ones. What have we got? We've got A UN16, 2 rectangles, and then 2 SN16s. Like, I'm almost tempted to say that this is wrong, because you should be able, it should be a signed in for these two. And yeah, it reads the pitch from the first one. Okay, is regx and regY set by anything else? Okay. This could potentially be a cause. Actually, no, hang on. That would set it to the correct bit, the correct one. All right. One thing that we can do, which is a little hacky, but you know what, I'm not above it, is that we take this, we move the regx and regY to somewhere close to the top left of the image, and then we save this as a different movie. I just want to quickly check. All right, and then if we were to compare the two, though I imagine it might just glom bytes on the end, in which case it won't work. Hang on, if we go, I mean, easy way to check, hang on. So DSMMD, if we go get info, that is exactly 2302.770. And then we look at this one. Two 302.754. Okay, right. It's it removed something. That's unexpected, but whatever. We copy DS and DS mod. Oh yeah, okay. They're resource forks. They're both resource forks. So that didn't work. Hey, all right. In that case, Mac binary. Yeah, we freaking go. Okay, source msc diff ds bin ds mod bin. It's gonna be real messy. I can tell. Okay, so this the penultimate line starts with Kentucky opening. Yeah, okay, no, it's way too offset. We're not going to be able to do this. We're not going to be able to do this. Unless... Actually, what am I... Okay. Let's try this with something simpler. Let's open up, like, let's make the most simple director movie in the world. So, brand new one. Just, you know, simple as it gets. We're going to create a new picture. Of clenched teeth. And we're going to set the... Okay. So we're going to save this as... test 1. We're going to make a new one where it's in the middle of the left eye. We're going to call this test 2. We're going to make one where it's in the right eye. And we're going to call it test 3. Right, and then we're gonna Mac binary the snot out of these files. I'm gonna drag them all over here. Okay, all three look very similar. So MSC diff test1 bin test2.bin. Okay, so we've got some stuff in the resource fork map, I guess, moving around a bit, but then eventually we come down here to this bitd. And hey, hell, we can just open it in ScummVM. ScummVM start movie test1.bin director. Because yeah, we do have a few bits and pieces that get game data not found. Oh wait, okay, that'll be because touch d3.mac. There we go, it's a Mac game now. You have no choice but to open it. You have no choice but to open it at the slowest possible speed because I have memory detection or memory leak detection on. Okay, there we go. So test 1, we have this. Then we switch to test2.bin. Then we switch to test3.bin. And what has changed? Yeah, we've got... And let's look where it kind of ended up. So if I switch back to Macromind Director, so test 3 was over the right-hand eye. And test 3 has... I mean, yeah, they all have the same bounding rectangle. And it is... Okay, the registration offset is changing. And yeah, okay, that would... Yeah, that does about correspond with... Oh, does it though? Like, we have this initial rectangle of 113 by 84. And Y... like this looks kind of, this looks sus, right? This looks sus. Because all right, registration X is definitely from the left-hand edge. I think registration Y is from the top left, because the first one starts at 101. But the Mad Moose asks, why is initial rect smaller than the bounding rect? Yeah. I don't have an answer for that. I think bounding rect is used for something esoteric. I think it's more for like describing, like for instance, if I go to the score and I put a copy of our cast member on the score, like I think it's we don't really use bounding rect. It's always initial rect. Like my understanding was that it's some kind of like volume that the initial rect sits inside. But yeah, the bit I don't understand is like, oh, okay, wait, no, I think I understand. So this initial rect refers to, I think like the location in 3D space. Sorry, not in 3D space. Like you see how like we've got this big canvas. Like despite the fact that it's a tiny image, we've got like this giant canvas and we've decided to like draw in a corner, you know, away from the corner of the canvas. And like director compresses that down to, you know, the bare minimum amount of space required for the image. Okay, I think so if we go in here and I were to take another picture of this surface, we can do the math. So grab that. So here we are. So if we were to measure out this amount, 30 by 59. So 30 across by 59 down. Yeah, there you go. So you get the exact corner of where it gets cut off. And now if you basically say regex 86 and regY 101, so like we're doing it in like canvas coordinates, if that makes sense. So now, 86 by 101. Yep, that would be like the center of the. It was where we started, but then if we like pick, test 2, which was, 61 by 76. 61 by 76. I mean, that seems a little bit away from the eye, which I'm surprised about. And we have like 100 by 75. I could have just screwed up number 2. That's also an option. So like, move that here. 100. By 70. Okay, so like here we've got like an offset of 4 pixels. A mystery offset of 4 pixels. Which I can't explain. It could be that maybe there's like a alright, 30 by 59. which starts here. And then, yeah, okay, so 30 by 59 isn't necessarily the left-hand side of the image, which is interesting. So by 59 and then 113 by 84. Yeah, we've got a we're off by about exactly 4 pixels. And I don't know if that's because, yeah, I don't understand why. But that would also not, I mean, nevertheless, that would not explain the big discrepancy that we are seeing. All right, well, if I were to go in here and place this on the stage in close to like the top leftmost position that I can get it. And then I guess we just save that again. Throw out this. Mac binary test 3 again. Okay, and then quit. Okay, well, that looks like it rendered in exactly the damn spot it should. Okay. I mean, the other potential thing that could be happening is that the game is moving around the imagery, and we're just not, yeah, the game could be moving around the imagery. Alright, so what if we were to kind of go in here, disable lingo. Is that that's a debug flag, isn't it? Turning lingo off. So debug X object, debug loading. Oh, here we go. There's few frames only, which is close to what I want. You can go no bytecode, but that's not going to help us because there's just normal code. I guess few frames only is what we need, right? So if we go Dungeon Street, start movie, console, few frames only, start movie equals, and what was the frame? The frame that was, oh, I don't have it open anymore, whatever, 745. I'm gonna guess it was 745. Oh wait, no, it's 475. Yeah, I got my numbers around the wrong way. Mamu says, when you went to the exact frame in Director, it showed the images correctly though. Can you jump directly to frame 475 and ScummVM? That's exactly what we're doing. Except I got the number wrong, and we went to the game over screen instead. 475. Okay, and then next frame. Next frame. So interesting, yeah. It's some script that's doing some nonsense because as you can see here, looks fine. Looks fine, but then we visit the page and everything goes to hell. Or you know, the script has its way with the page and then everything goes to hell. Okay, so. We root cause that one for kind of no reason. Alright, so let's debug flags, lingo exec, debug level 5. $256 colors. I love this little dissolving effect. It's very cool. Okay, yeah, there must be some kind of dynamic system going on which is changing the time of day, maybe. Because, like, look, it's all either that or like the palette. It must be changing the palette at a minimum. But we do have some scripts here which are responsible for like messing around with the sprites. So we go lock H, sprite. Okay, so we've got some puppet sprites going on. Okay, but that's all in mouse up. Okay, and we're starting off in like frame 492. Yeah, and then like the sprites are moving. Like what's up with that? Oh, interesting. It's using the sprite box command. Okay, and it's using that on sprite 5. Oh no, it's calling sprite box with 5 arguments. Sorry, and it's called okay. All right, and that's on the controls. That's not quite what I wanted. Puppet sprite. var. Okay, I is 25. Just not. Okay, cast 221. Oh wait, okay, because it's a score script, so we won't have that. Debug flag, enable imagery. Actually, no, actions. Yeah, okay, so we have this, which is messing with the sprite boxes. The left of sprite 2 into... Okay, we got like this thing which is messing with sprite 2. Yeah, it could be Spritebox, because like Spritebox is hey Racing the Beam, how's it going? We're just fixing this little kind of desktop RPG thingy. Like when I think of like the number of times that I've inspected Spritebox and made sure that it works, like that would be in the... No, it'd be 0 times. I don't recall what how Spritebox works. Also, like, things rarely use that function for some reason. Like, it may have been removed, I think, in later versions of Director. Like, Git built-ins. Yeah, okay, so this is part of the... Okay, so at some point I modded it to explain this, then I changed this to include like a bounding box set code. Okay, so I have touched this at some point. But clearly this is not right. I think... Yeah, like this is, or some part of the logic that we're doing here is not working properly. Ria Nishnaka says, so Director uses an immediate GUI or IMI GUI. ScummVM has a debugger, what's it called? Like a recent addition is, I guess like an interactive debugger for Director stuff based on Dear Image GUI. So that can sometimes be useful. I generally stick with the text-based ones if I can, mostly because I wrote it and I have muscle memory for that now. But yeah, it's also, yeah, like it's quite nice, especially if you need to scrub around the score, because you have a interface that's very similar to the one that came with Director. All right, so this is my suspect. So we're going to... Oh crap! I didn't run another debugger, did I? Gah. Sure. Okay, we'll start again. But we'll put a breakpoint in for this, just as we're about to kind of arrive in the game world, and then we can get some eyes on exactly what's going on. Two 56 colors. Alright, and if we do the go built-ins.cpp, when the freak, it's 2975. Alright, interesting. So it managed to do all of that without calling Spritebox, which is kind of wrecks my theory a little bit. I was hoping that Spritebox would at least be semi-responsible for some of this mess, but apparently not. Because it's only using it to adjust these things on the screen, which are correct. Okay, so it's unfortunate. So if we look at the channels, here. And then cast 12? Cast 12 is... Alright, Sky. This is frame 492. So the colors are off. What palette is this meant to be using? This is... Yeah, it's meant to be using the Mac default palette. And we use, yeah, palette -1, which is the Mac default palette. So in terms of like where everything on the screen is placed, like if I were to continue so we could see all of it. And take a real close comparison between the two. Like the tree layer looks right. The mountain layer here, I want to say looks a little off. Like you can see kind of like the left-hand side. Well, actually, I say looks a little off. It could be just that like there's a like the two images behind it are wrong, and that's what's kind of causing this little bit down the bottom here. And yeah, those images would be so okay. So channel 1 is wrong. Channel 2 is wrong. Channel 3 is correct. Channel 4 is correct. Channel 6. I'm gonna assume is correct. So it is just those first two channels which are a problem. And yeah, if we look at A24, we can see that the... Alright, and now we know the math. Now we know the math for how to kind of deal with offsets. So let's apply that for that. Get out of here. Don't need you anymore. This is cast member 24. So cast 24 is 196 by 23. Actually, I do need this. I need to take a screenshot. Create screenshot. Wait. Oh no, I got the cast number wrong. That'd be why. Just tell me every cast member. Because there's a weird numbering system in Director 3. So yeah, A24 is actually 12 because the 2 digits on the end increase at a different rate. So cast 12. Cast 12, yeah, right. And that is 224 by 279, which I assume is what this resolution is going to be. Yeah, 224 by 279. And then we have regx and reg-y. Okay, and because like the origin is specified to be here rather than no, sorry, the origin is still canvas is still canvas is still canvas territory. But I mean, like, then that would mean no, hang on. All right, so regx 239. 239. Oh, that's pretty close. It's within 4 pixels, which is where our other one was. And then down here is 148, which is here. Okay, so you see where our problem is. Our problem here is that the coordinates in the initial rect are not... For some reason they're set to 0 and they should not be 0. And it could be that... Okay, so if we like search up here for anything to do with the number 12, there's some addition-y stuff. Okay, I guess we just have to like debug flag, enable loading, and then we just got to inspect the loading of cast member 12 because that offset up there should be whatever this is. It should be roughly 121 by 8. And like we've got it there for bounding rect, we don't have it for initial rect, which makes me think that something in the scripting layer is destroying this, which it should not. Unequivocally should not. So what do we do now? Let's... Oh wait, hang on. Continue. Let's go mds.mmd, which would force it to reload again, and then continue. And then from in here we can put in a cheeky breakpoint for okay. And now we're just looking for A24. Okay, here we go. So A24 is here. Regx and XY start off as naught. Initial, see, look, initial rect starts off having, oh wait, no, hang on. Yeah, no, it does. It starts off having 9 by 116 as the top left. There is a different freaking origin to initial rect. So what we are now going to do, that's the clue that we need. So we know all we need to do now is watch. So where do we go? If we go Initial rect. Okay. Okay. So now if anything happens to the top the top offset of that rectangle, it's gonna get it's gonna break. There we go. That would explain it. Okay, so there is some code here which assigns a picture. So we're copying like a picture from one cast member and we're putting it into another cast member. And I know the default behavior for that is to just assume that like the top left is the origin, you know, the bounding rectangle has like a, what do you call it? We're resetting the bounding rectangle essentially. So we go like to 929. Yeah, you can see here that we're replacing with just like a bog standard initial rectangle. But that isn't really what we want now, is it? Okay, so now the next question is like, what is the undefined behavior that should be going on here? Which is, when we copy a picture from one to another, should that also include the initial rectangle? Which would be like a massive pain to do that. What was the script that cooked us? Oh, it was this one. It was this one that did a bunch of stuff. Score script 187. Great. Okay, so 187 is here. This is the score script. So we've got this bit here which checks the high score. Then we've got put the picture of cast Sky 1 into Sky 1. Okay, which then has... Okay, so it does have like dynamic weather. That's kind of cool. So like if sky type is 0, then set the picture of this to that. I see, right. So I think that in order to kind of like preserve... yeah. So okay, so the issue, as I see it, is that the registration offset is still in canvas space. So we could basically change that, because at the moment we're just changing initial rect, but really what we need to do is we go regx subtract and we go canvas space transformation So we do that, right? In my mind. That should work, right? Oh, Madmo says, or maybe just leave the initial rect alone. Thing is, though, we can't guarantee that it's going to be the same dimensions, and initial rect is used for a lot of bounding box calculations. Like you can just paste like a picture of any size in. So essentially, yeah, like images would start to look kind of like weird, warped. Manu says you're assuming director updates the initial rect. I'm reasonably sure that if you change the picture, then that would then change like the dimensions of the cast member, which is for de facto purposes tracked in initial rect. So I'm quietly confident that this is going to work. It could just make everything worse, though. I'm not ruling that possibility out, but that's, you know, that's the magic. That's the magic of these things. Okay, okay, get rid of that. Yeah, I mean, I guess that there'll be the time to come to slice hairs like that when eventually at knife point we'll have to write some code in ScummVM which allows you to write director files to the disk, which will involve replicating the internal state exactly. But until then, we don't have to worry about that. That's probably for the best because it's like, okay, come on, start the game. Sick. All right. I think we fixed it. Okay, we can't go in there yet. We can fly into space. I click on the train a bunch of times. I wonder if that's like a, what's it called? Oh crap, the life meter is going down much quicker now. It was feeling very, like, originally it was quite leisurely, but now... Now I feel more compelled to, like, to not die. Okay, where was the other dungeon? Okay, got that guy. Take the treasure. Ooh, there's like a weirdly stretched out set of trees here. I wonder if that was deliberate. Apparently so. Why is the life, like, disappearing so much quicker? I don't have time to click on the penguin, unfortunately. There's... Okay, chest. I mean, like... Oh. Personalized. Oh wait, did I got it? I got a key. Crap, no, it was for Dungeon 3. Okay, we're dead. Why was it so, like, nice and easy last time? Yeah, and then we died. Okay, well. I win some, we lose some, but yeah, I like that change. So we'll just add that director. Set from when loading pictures. Oh, I hate the Tony, like, was it fix bounding box when loading pictures cast members. Fixes graphics in Dungeon Street. By default, actually, you know what? I should probably add more context here. Okay. How bitmap bounding boxes are stored. In the director editor, images can be edited on a big scrolling canvas that where with describes canvas with the top left being that position. I don't know. Reg X and Reg Y are the registration offset in canvas space. Bounding manage the Okay, there we go. By default, actually no, not by default, it's like replacing a cast member with a picture, reset the initial rect to generic one. Okay, good. So, I think we're warmed up now. So let's get back, I think, into looking at Derrat Sorcerum, which was the fun looking FMV Mac exclusive FMV game from last week. And where we got to last week, it appears to be kind of like, yeah, so a third-person adventure game in the style of like Gabriel Knight 2, and you have, I guess, verbs you can use and things you can click on. It is all kind of pre-filmed footage of characters walking around and doing stuff. The place where we got tripped up was the inventory screen uses the director text widget, and we have a number of issues with that. The biggest one, though, I think, is that because with the text widget you can have like several different types. Like you can have the type which is like editable, you can have the type which is stationary, and you can have the type which is scrolling. And the scrolling one, I don't like how it's designed in ScummVM at the moment. It emulates an entirely separate window and puts a giant text box in it. I dislike that for a number of reasons. One is that like we had to we spent an entire session like going through and like adding in a whole bunch of forks to deal with like the fact that it could be a window type widget or a text type widget. The other thing is that it doesn't work particularly well. Like the scrolling, typically you want to scroll by line rather than by like pixels, which is kind of what you get. And yeah, the other issue that we're running into with Derrat Sorcerum was that the text widget will just stay there on the screen because it is not managed by the draw routine, it is managed by the window manager, which means you have to like jump through a bunch of hoops to get rid of it. And like when you look at like the code for the text widget or like the windowed text widget, it really doesn't look like we need a window. It feels like we could get that done by reusing the frame, like the code which draws the window frame, and just replicating that in the text widget. So Worst case, we'll, like tonight, if we can't get any further on the game, we will go ahead and mod the text box code to do that. Oh wait, crap, no. We do want to run we want to run this game in strict mode, otherwise we will not know if it crashes or if it like would have crashed. Okay, give me good. Actually, quickly, I'll just... There we go. Ugh. Oh, that's right. This menu had like a little problem with oh no, that's right. It was a function name problem, which is all good now. Let's look at the introduction so we can be reminded of the story of this. Yeah, the video for this bit is playing much slower than I think it should be. In fact, actually, let's go back. I want to turn on debug mode for the video. What? Hang on. Is it... Oh, right, debug level 5. That'll be why. Okay, introduction. Okay, and... So we've got a Cinepack movie. It is... Okay, 320 by 240. It says, okay, rate, okay, no, that's the speed. Where's the frame rate for this dang thing? And it is currently running in, okay, channel 4, so cast 90. Dear Syndrome of initial rect 320 by 240. Yeah, that's all fine. Where was the little bit where it kind of debug level 8, debug flag disable loading. I really want to get a read on what the engine thinks the frame rate's meant to be. Okay. Fading the palette. Starting video this. Then there's Cinepack frame. Hey Funky, how's it going? We're just in the midst of frame rate. Oh wait, no, because this would just be like frigging Cinepack. Okay, no, not that. Video, QuickTime, decoder, debug. Debug level G video. Okay, that's new. Okay, debug flag enable G video. Debug level 5. Okay. That's the stuff. That's what I want to see. I want to see the guts. I want to see the guts of the file. Okay, so we're loading a QuickTime file. We've got time scale. I probably should know what that is. Is it time scale which determines the frame rate? Is that the freaking... Okay, we have a duration of 96880. Okay, and it does have an edit list, which I know that we don't really support super well. But then again, this is Director 4, which doesn't allow you to check the edit list. Or it doesn't allow you to like directly interface with it, so it should be okay. Funky says, I think I've been called file guts before. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Duration. Okay, I very quickly want to find out what timescale is. Okay, this check breaks valid QuickTime movies such as the King's Quest VI Mac opening. It doesn't take media rate into account and mixes up units that are movie timescale and media timescale. Great. Okay, what said engines director? Okay, tell me. Right, okay. So we have this QuickTime atom. Okay, the number of time units that pass per second in its time coordinate system. Alright, so we've got 600 time units per second. That makes... yeah, that makes sense. I guess. I don't know. We'll just... oh, hang on. Oops, I quit it. Let's just watch the intro and see where it stops rendering. Because like we've got here the video time. We'll be able to see if it's like at the end of the video or not. Okay, without a word, Voraz, member of the High Council, strides into the chambers. He stares insolently at Farron, the council's head. Meeting Voraz's gaze, Farron begins to speak. That's right, I forgot about the little dialogue here. Councilman Voraz, you have called here to discuss a matter of utmost importance. As you know, the Crimson Tower was founded on, very strong beliefs, that's right. To be a member of the High Council, one must undergo a series of lengthy and grueling challenges, of course, yeah. You must also make a lot of sacrifices. Your conduct in your capacity as a High Wizard has brought us to question your ability to sit on the High Council, question mark. So yeah, we're only at like the very start of the video. Rubbish! Spits Voraz. Voraz is our character, by the way. Cease this officious rubbish. I know full well why I'm here. Next to Farron, Sarah replies quickly. As do we, Voraz. As a High Councilman, it is your duty to oversee the use of magic. We all have rigid guidelines that we must follow. Yes, that. But that is to teach us discipline. You have taken the path to protect the reserve of magic, and now you have broken your word. Yes, I did, Voraz nods. And in doing so, I realized something. I am finally getting what. And there we go. There it ends. Okay, so what I'm taking away from this, right, is that it says here the video time is 9899. I think that maybe the video playback is happening at because like some of the earlier numbers that I remember seeing were like 900 and... So Mambo says, is this the intended speed? I don't think it is. I think the audio is playing at the correct speed and the video is not, because there are multiple tracks and there's probably a mismatch between the timescales. Because like, yeah, if we look at this, like the general purpose timescale is 600. And then we look at the tracks. God, QuickTime's an awful format. I'm sorry. It's just, it's not great. Yeah, so we have track 1, which is an audio codec. Oh, no, sorry. We've got track 0, which is a video codec. Which has these tiny durations. We have track 1, which is an audio codec. Then we have track 2, which is also a video codec with tiny durations. Track 3, which is also an audio codec. Then track 4, which contains like the meat. Like look at this duration. It's like 96880, which is huge. Oh, track 3 also contains 96936, which is big. But I noticed that like the video was stopping when we got to like 9,000 as opposed to 9,600, like 96936 and 96880, and we look at like where the the video stopped playing back, and it was at about video time. Oh no, that's a different video. Yeah, it gave up the ghost at... Where was it? It was freaking here. Video time 512, video time 5... Hang on. Yeah, it gives up at video time 9899. That seems suspicious to me. Funky says, what is the worst file format? I'll accept both technical answers and just vibes. That's a good question. I'd say director is pretty bad because it looks like Riff, which is kind of a nice, fairly generic way of storing chunks, but you can it's not actually compatible with that. You have to, like, the way it works is that it's designed so that you can kind of like hit save and write to a floppy disk, and then it writes the smallest amount of information, so you can add you can add stuff on the end, which then leaves like large amounts of garbage in the middle of the file if you don't compress it. Which, yeah, was, I don't know, that was definitely a big hurdle for me figuring it out. Anecdotally, I hear that like the old Microsoft Office formats are pretty bad. They're just kind of dumps of memory or dumps of data structures, and that was like a lot, you know, before they went to docx, like doc was pretty rancid. Same with Excel. Yeah, Mad Moose says the riff part is pretty simple. They just decided to store things in complicated formats inside. Yeah, like even leaving aside just kind of the generic chunks inside, like the director specific chunks inside, the fact that it looks like riff, but if you try and load it or read it as riff, you're going to have just the worst possible time if it's not a compressed director file. That was kind of what got me when I did my initial research. Okay, well, yeah, and then we hit the stopping video mark. Okay, let's look at the video code and see what's going on here. What calls stop video? Okay, the channel code will call stop video when it thinks that we've run out of... Okay, so when it goes to the next frame. Madmu says it's also intended to be read directly into memory, so the on-disk formats include space for fields that are only meaningful at runtime. Yeah. Back in, like, I don't know, file formats from the 1990s typically are designed to just be copied straight into memory, which means you have a lot of, I don't know. They do it because it makes it quicker to run the actual program, because you need, like, you know, hardware old, you need all the speed you can get, but in practice it means that when you're reading it, there is sometimes, like, garbage. Like, if you know, if the program is saving whatever is in memory to disk, there will often be garbage in there. And then sometimes when you're trying to figure out what it means, you're just looking at it and go, oh, that's obviously significant, but no, it's just some crap. It's just some crap that was left over. Oh, Funky says, but to be fair, I'd also sent a fax earlier that day in 2021. Oh, right, sorry, earlier, Funky said, the NHS runs on doc. I blew their minds using not only docx, but a document we can all edit in real time. Yeah, that would have that would have definitely kind of destroyed a few heads. Like, I know that especially in hospitals, etc., there is like, I know there are like certain pieces of machinery which are only certified to run with an old version of Windows, and those are always kind of a nightmare to secure, because quite often they will need to, you know, like, no one is wanting to like throw out an MRI because it has a controller that uses like an old version of Windows XP or whatever. So yeah, you end up having to kind of like make very complicated moats to keep them secure-ish, or just pay like a shitload of money to Microsoft and hope that it works. Mamu says I should add a stuff it reader to my directive thing. Yeah, like is there an open source stuff it decoder? I know there's like a non-open source one which sometimes works, and quite a lot of the time I end up having to go literally just, you know, copy the stuff it file into a Mac emulator and do it there. All right. Do I still have the Mac emulator open? Yeah, I do. Okay. So we can quit out of here. Don't save. What I want to do... Oh, right, and they've done the it's one of those CDs which does the thing which hides folders from the Finder, which is a shame, because there are some... In this game has the game folder for this has like the equivalent of like Crimson Tower, Final, you know, Revision 2, etc. Like a bunch of wonderfully like, let's see if I can find them. Not in Dungeon Street. It's in Directive 4, Derrat Sorcerum, Mac. We go scenes. Like, look at this. We've got Varadzi.mov, Varadzi.mov view 1, Varadzeg.mov, Varadzeg proj, U1 scroller, but yeah, like there's a bunch of like view 1s which are those also director movies? Oh no, oh yeah, these are like QuickTime thumbnails. Okay. But getting back to this, dsintro.mov. The problem that I have is that like this is an old version of QuickTime, which then means it's stored in the resource fork, which means I can't open it in FFmpeg, which means it's difficult to tell like what the correct course of action is supposed to be. So a chain of problems. Data. But I guess we could just copy it into here. Okay, scenes, oh yeah, there's dsintro and dsintro old.mov, which I found very, very charming. And like, yeah, if we look at this, we see it's a Mac binary with a move element. So if I were to copy dsintro.mov to temp dsintro.mov.bin, and Mac Unpack, that was the name of the tool. So Mac Unpack, right to 3 fork mode. Oh, and then you have to... Oh, get rid of that. Okay, so we have the data fork, and we have like a crappy little resource fork. Here we go. Okay, so FF Probe. FF Probe should be able to read this. I don't know why I said I couldn't read it before. What have we got? We've got created in 1996 with Adobe Premiere 4.2, CD-ROM movie maker by Brian Yamabe. I guess that was the guy who wrote the game. And yeah, okay, we have 3 streams. We've got a video stream, which is Cinepack, that runs at 14 frames a second. And then we have an audio stream. Oh, which is that CD quality audio. That's rare. That is kind of rare for a... And yeah, like this is the correct video frame rate. Oh, Funky says, don't IMAX projectors all use an emulated Palm Pilot to control it because it was so well designed that the software continues to be applicable well past the life structure of the Palm Pilots? Yeah, exactly. You know, what isn't broken, if it's not broken, don't fix it. Okay. So, let's just watch the intro movie here. Rubbish, spits Faraz. Cease this officious rubbish. I know fully well why I am here. Next to Farhan, Sarah replies quickly, as do we, Faraz. As a High Councilman, it is your duty to oversee the use of magic. We all have rigid guidelines that we must follow. But it is to teach us discipline. You have taken the oath to protect the reserve of magic, and now you have broken your word. Yes, I did, Faraz snorts. And in doing so, I realize something. I am finally getting what I deserve. I am finally using the power that I have struggled so hard to attain. I am doing something that none of you have had the guts to do yourselves. I am living and breathing again, instead of letting all that power lie dormant because of a worthless oath. The principles on which the Crimson Tower were founded are not in question, says Councilman Nicholas, breaking the silence. Your actions, however, are... Faraz stares back wordlessly. Farhan continues. Throughout your tenure as a councilman, you have single-handedly used more magic than the entire council has in the last 3 centuries. You have systematically violated every ethical principle that this council stands for. Nicholas says coldly, this council sees no other course of action than to ask for your resignation. Faraz chuckles to himself. It'll be a cold day in hell when I kill myself for the likes of you cowards. It is the opinion of the council that your actions pose a threat to the Crimson Tower, replies Sarah, barely keeping control of herself, and the realm at large. We have no choice but to strip you of your rank as a member of the High Council. Faraz's eyes narrow. Try it, he snaps, as he begins to raise his hand in a gesture of magic. Oh, and it's like happening in the background here in like incredibly blurry graphics. Outside the ruined chambers, Faraz approaches his cohort and servant, Janora. She grins, sharpening her dagger. The time is at hand, he says to her. Finish it. She nods quickly and strides off to gather her troops. Okay, well that was the... so that was the full video, but... I wonder then, like, what part of... Like, we have the frame rate that is 14.78 frames per second. And if we were to kind of, like, look back at the... Okay, stuff to do with the edit lists. For some reason, numerous movies have audio tracks with edit lists consisting of numerous half-a-second duration chunks, which is 22050 audio examples of the 44.1 kilohertz media rate. Like, maybe this is part of it. It's not clear. Okay, where was the next? So we've got is modified, needs update. So we've got needs update, and then there's has frame left, and then there's get time to next frame. And then I'm guessing that this get time to next frame is not correct for some reason. So it would be next video for gets next frame start time. Right, which... Okay, so I think if we were to throw a debug in there, maybe. Okay. So it's not the end of the track. We have our timescale, which is 30. Okay. Wait. Okay. I thought it would be 600, but... Okay, and then we do... this crap. Okay, it's gonna be something to do with like... It's gonna be something to do with like edit lists. So we've got frame time, and then we've got next edit start time. Okay, hang on. Do that again. Which is something cooked involving the edit list. Yikes. All right. All right, and then it uses frame time milliseconds. Yeah, like it waits like freaking ages. So my takeaway from this is that it's using frame time, not the weird thing involving the edit list, so frame time must not be correct. And right, so we've got like 20 frames. Oh, I see. Okay, so we're passing in 20 frames with a frame rate of 30, which would then, yeah, balloon up to, yeah, and then you divide each of these by 100, and then you get, okay, I see. So I guess get rate adjusted frame time is not correct. Oh, okay, and that does use the edit list. Okay, no, it's just calling get next frame start time. Which doesn't appear to be changing at all. So edit list doesn't seem to be changing much about anything. Video QT decoder. That's okay. There's like all this set reverse. Okay, like it's something to do with the edit list. I don't know enough about QuickTime to fix this. Is the short version. I could spend the rest of my life learning about QuickTime, but I don't think it's that important. We can work around it. More importantly, we don't need QuickTime to actually play the game. So new game. Oh wait, no, this is Corin, not the person mentioned in the intro. Okay. The game is also like delightfully dark because it is designed to use the Macintosh color gamma. Like ScummVM does have a table for it, but I'm not sure about the best way of integrating it into the renderer yet, so I've not done that yet. Okay. So we can look in the bag. There should be a list of things that we've picked up, but okay. We magically unlock the door. Take this! Okay, so we pick up the key. Then we navigate to the key. Oh, okay. So this is where we got stuck. In order to close the door, you need to use the key, and in order to pick that from the inventory, you need to be able to see the inventory. Therein lies the problem. So let's see what we can do, right? So new game. Okay, why is the text box? I swear, like the previous time we were working on this, we fixed that. Like, so cast 186. Like, yeah, it has an initial rect, which is like that, and then when it got moved onto the screen. Okay. Maybe we should just... Okay, closing all of the video stuff. Let's go into cast member text.cpp. And freak me sideways. So yeah, the thing I was lamenting, right, is that you look at the code and you'll see that there's kind of got like a big old special fork, which I had to put in if it's a scrolling type, because there's this, there is a special type of widget called a text window, which does not play by the rules in terms of drawing it. Now, I think that like the way that we kind of dig ourselves out of this hole is that we modify the text widget so that you don't need the separate type. You can just say as a flag, yes. Like, yeah, we've got like text, you know, we've got like this text type thing here, so we may as well okay, there's like fixed dims, yeah, right. But if we were to change that and then instead like having to worry about kind of like creating a fake window and then moving the window around, we just get a widget that we can print to the screen. Then we simplify a hell of a lot of this. And more importantly, then that also means that we can move it so that there's only one copy of the widget and it is owned by the cast member. And that solves a ton of other issues, because right now the widget only exists if it's in a channel, and that's not all the time. And there is code which will like want to know how tall is the text, even if the text is not available on the screen. So you need to, I guess, be able to answer for that by having a widget which does that. So okay, let's just start on the surgery. Okay. So k text type scrolling. How many matches are there? There are 19 places in the code where we have to do this this terrible kind of fork nonsense. So firstly, what I think we'll do, right? I don't think that we need the scroll buttons to play the game. So pass one, I think we just remove all of this bespoke text type scrolling and just assume that it's going to be a normal type. We'll later mod graphics Mac text to have the scroll bar in it. So let's just go through and do some refactoring with an axe. So get rid of this. Ah, oh, feels nice. Feels nice to just delete a whole bunch of code. Okay, that's gone. That's gone. And previously there wasn't full coverage for this, which then meant that in certain cases, if you had a scrolling window, then ScummVM would crash. So I went through and added like the 19 different places, but now we get to get rid of them. Okay, so how many are we down to? We're down to 13. Okay. It's gone. gone. That's gone. And we just get out of here. There. So no downside, no scroll buttons, but upside, we've made the code a lot easier to read. Let's see if that has any impact on like whether or not we can see the results. Because yeah, the other side of it was that there was some minimum height. Like, what was it? There's like a scroll flag, text height. Yeah, like last stream, I'm pretty sure that I added. Oh, max height. Okay. Did I just... Okay. Oh crap, okay. Yeah. Maybe I just had this in the stash and I didn't. Okay, hang on. Okay, yep, this is... Yeah, right. This was the change that I'd staged before, which yeah. So we figured out last time that like the reason why the text box was not visible is that there is this parameter max height, which is used to determine how tall, like how tall the bounding box is supposed to be, and that was not, because that was not queued up in my branch. Then it was missing. So. So it's actually really two changes then. So remove this. I'm just tidying it up so that we can get rid of the widget change, because that's... And then text.h, because that's not going to be in this one. Okay, director. Fixes inventory list dimensions in Derrat Sorcerum. Okay, good. Oh, okay, wait. I screwed it. Screwed it up. Okay, was that buildable? No, it was not. 326. Oops. Oh god, what have I done? I've made a mistake. Kinikos asks, a game about sorcerers. Yes, yes it is. I am just trying to fix the terrible thing I did in Git, which... Okay, hang on. Git, rebase, abort. Okay. This at the very least should build. So now if we start this again and load the game up, the inventory should show up as a non-zero box. Okay, don't need to know about Hopkins technology. Okay, new game. There we go. Okay, so box is showing up, but we've got the issue where because it's defined as a scrollable text box, you know, it's drawing over the top of everything else because we have to, like, it's a hack. it is a hack that uses the window manager. So I think that for it to... So that's... Okay, that gets us to where we were before last stream. Okay, drop this. Then I guess we fix this file. Yikes, alright, and that was... So, get rid of this. So now if we reload this, we should get... Okay, so hopefully now the text box should just show up and hopefully disappear now when we change stuff. We won't be able to scroll it though, which may be an issue when we get more items, but whatever. Whatever. Okay, new game. Inventory. Setting choose to current item. Cursor read from cast needs array from array of 2. That's interesting. No, you can't burn down the door. Actually, yeah. So what if I try and use my robes? Use my wizard robes on this guy. Oh, that's right. We just get pushed back into the door. Hey Sev, how's it going? Oh, China. I guess that would be like close. Actually, yeah, it probably is. Probably is the same time zone. Cause yeah. Well, I share a time zone with Hong Kong. I'm not sure about... Maybe China is one off. Or like Beijing is one off. It's 11 PM. Oh no, yeah. Same time zone. You're in +8. Okay, new game. Burn those ropes. Open the door.
There you are, bad guy scum.
Bad guy scum. Okay, grab the key. Jailer's key. No, not robes. Jailer's key. We did it! We locked the door. Corin has locked the henchman in. Freaking great. Okay. Well, actually, given that it is now... We're at the 3-hour mark, so I'm going to take a short break. We'll be back. We'll be continuing continuing on doing a bit more Derrat Sorcerum after this. But until then, go have a stretch, refill your drinking glass, do whatever it is you have to do. I'll see you in about 10 minutes. app. Yeah, there we go. Okay, let's see what else this game has. Can we open the door again? Apparently not. Can we use the jailer's key on the door? No. That would serve no discernible purpose. Okay, now you're moving around. Oh right, there's a doorway there. We just couldn't see it because the gamma is very low or high. Kinikos asks, where did I find this one? I found it by looking on, actually, I think someone else found it, in the list. Let me check. Yeah, Trimball found it. But essentially, yeah, I was just like looking, I'd filtered the detection list by just stuff that was only on Mac, and then I found this, which had like maybe 2 mentions on the internet that I could find. It's probably, actually no, slightly more than that. Like there's a video walkthrough and there's like a game facts entry, etc. But it looks like a reasonably like high effort game, and I'm just staggered that like they go to all this effort and they wouldn't make a Windows version. What have we got here? The barrel contains an enormous dark mound of gritty sand and dirt that has obviously been collecting for quite some time. Corin digs around but doesn't see anything inside the dark recesses of the barrel. What about if we use the flash... Oh, I don't understand what you're trying to do. Can I set the barrel on fire? Don't understand what you're trying to do. Okay. Generally, you don't understand. These securely fastened barrels look to have been here for some time. Can I burn the barrels down? No, I can't. Anything else in the room? What about this candlestick? No, nothing? Ah, what do we have here? Okay, bookshelf contains nothing of interest. Nothing of interest. Corin searches the bookshelf carefully, but discovers nothing but ancient volumes discoursing on topics far beyond his comprehension. Wow. No reason to do anything with that candle. Why not? What if I want to, like, set the candle on fire? Can I set the bookshelf on fire? Corin is not a Nazi. Okay. Well, glad to know. Glad they coded in a custom response for that. Burning books is a reprehensible practice. Okay. What about this one book that is carefully placed on the table? Okay, it was set down. The book is blank. Okay, okay. But yet there was a unique sitting animation, which makes me think that, like, maybe there's more to that blank book if we meets the eye. Yeah, Kineko says he's a fucking sorcerer, and that's beyond his comprehension. I mean, he's, yeah. I mean, we're yet to see whether or not he's any good. He could just be, like, a sorcerer by name only. Or a Nepo baby sorcerer. I mean, now that we kind of got out of that jail, we're just taking our sweet time now. What are these orbs? That's one of Crimson Tower's magical lamps. It's probably best to leave it alone. Well, I don't know. I want to set it on fire. I want to zap it. The door is locked. Well, we've got an answer for that. Corin's unlock spell was unsuccessful. It rarely works with deadbolted doors. Okay. Okay. But look at this. Look, there's like light and shadow. This is really advanced. I mean, he's also wearing a bedsheet, but like this is advanced. Okay, the body of the apprentice has nothing to offer you. Can I open the body of the apprentice? Ooh, alright. Some gnarly palette stuff on the bottom. We got Potion of True Sight, Potion of Serratus, Potion of Aragond, Saffron, Ginseng, Able Root, Grapplebane, mix ingredients and drink immediately. And Potion of Random Teleport, which is Potion of Serratus, Nightshade, and Sulfur. Mix and cork immediately to activate Smash Bottle. This recipe is missing an ingredient. I get the feeling that we're gonna need to keep track of this, so I'm gonna just take a cheeky screenshot. Okay. Wait, why are you going out to the hall? Who told you to do that? Oh, Funky says, my nana is gone, so I'm back. We up potioning. We're just exploring this this castle with our friend Corin, who, according to the previous screen, is not a Nazi. Kinnika says, I'm really annoyed that no one seems to have fully ripped Magic Carpet's MIDI music. Just remarking that there's more MT32 and Adlib tracks than there are GM tracks. But it's that song I linked in... Oh, that you linked earlier is stuck in my head. Yeah, the Magic Carpet soundtrack is pretty good. Not gonna lie there. Are we talking Magic Carpet 1 or Magic Carpet 2? Because... I guess it would be like in these music.dat files. Funky says, I'm so glad that they're not a Nazi. It's important to clarify these days. Yeah, it's a sad state of affairs that we're in, but can we go back to the other room just so we can... So look, if I try and use the flame spell on the bookshelf, there we go. There's your confirmation. So let's get out of here. Kiniko says, can you hex edit one of the music.dat files? Yeah, that's what I was about to just quickly do. Okay, we've got, Okay, look, Music Dat looks packed. Music O tab does not. But music, okay, tab is just a, some kind of info file. But yeah, that's way too much entropy for a music file. I mean, I assume that like the Bullfrog games are pretty popular. Like maybe someone has written an unpacker. Yep, it's a magic RNC file. Okay, app. All right, let's have a look in here. Oh, the other thing I should probably try and do before we go much further is figure out how to save the game. Okay, so read the manual. How do we save the game? So we've got the walk icon, the action icon, flare, flame, unlock, inventory. Oh, Command S, Commando, and Command Q. Okay. Yep, okay, so Command S. So we'll say... choose. And if I go back into this room... ah, crap. Hang on. Got to it. Okay. Not really having a lot of luck with the menu. Oh, here we go. Okay, you can just use the menu bar. Okay, that's much better. So load game. Oh, that's right. Let's switch to another room. Then we'll load a game. Oh, Funky says, Her Majesty's prisons. I doubt they'll let you take a file in there. We'll see. We'll see about that. Oh, does the about screen work? Yes, it does. Okay. Wait. Okay. So if we move up to here, like a completely different area with the dead apprentice in it. And then load escape. Okay, that did nothing. I think we've got to figure out what's going on there, or else we'll be in trouble. Okay, Ben Spees and mixed metaphor subject. Is Hopton's technology still around? Can I contact them for technical support? Interesting. Okay, so they use a looks like a S3 bucket. Okay, so in 2020, Hopkins technology was just a picture of a hurricane map. Interesting. Okay. Then in 2015, they were millions of dollars worth of information about food, nutrition, health, and other good things posted by Hopkins Technology. Okay. So, like, just loads and loads of link spam. Actually, you know what? Let's learn about lesbian health. See if we can see where they're plagiarizing this from. Okay, what challenge did lesbian women? Know the signs of stroke? Wow, okay. Planning a... Okay, there's like... Yeah, some... I guess Hopkins Technology became like a link farm provider in 2015, you know, by 2015. Which is an interesting arc. Okay, well, if we go back to 2005, like, this is the year of Hopkins, 2005. I mean, Kineko says, I wonder when HopTech got domain squatted. It said, like, Hopkins, like, the copyright message had, like, Hopkins Technology from 1986 to the present day. And, like, that implies that, like, they don't have to do that if they're a squatter. Like, that's a very deliberate looking thing. Like, it looks like they're a publisher rather than a software. But yeah, like, we've got, like, Hopkins Technology CD-ROM products. Free nutrition lookup program. There you go. That's like a connection to the modern day. Like, I guess... maybe, like, one of their other side hustles are, like... Because, yeah, like, there's Easy Meal Tracker, and then there's, like, Easy Wedding Planner, which I think was, like, another one of the links that was in the modern day one. Oh, there you go. A privately owned company headquartered in Hopkins, Minnesota. Same as, like, the Mystery Science Theater Petal. At the time. I'm not sure if they're still in Minnesota. I'm not sure where Rift Tracks is now. Founded by 2 people... Yeah, okay. And then they have Easy Wedding Planner, Easy Event Planner. And a bunch of encyclopedias. So yeah, I guess this was just like a publisher that specialized in educational CD-ROM products that they used for publishing this other game, which fascinating choice. I guess, you know. And yeah, the going back like to 1999, the webpage is basically exactly the same. It's just loads and loads of nutrition lookup programs, chemical databases, herb site for... Oh wait, this is like other cool sources of info. How to lose 4 pounds a month and eat what you want. Okay, I think we're gonna have to... We'll look at this. This will be the last... How I lose 4 pounds a month, yet eat like a king. A true story. His secret dysentery. I have a bit of a middle-aged weight problem. I'm not obese, just your average overweight male. I grew up to be... Well, today as I write this, September 1997, I'm losing 4 pounds a month. I eat like a king, and I tell you here and now how I do it, and I'll even prove it to you. And I'll get you free super software to help. Okay, what do we reckon the catch is gonna be? It's probably going to be involved buying a CD-ROM. Yeah, it's software to count calories, isn't it? Oh my god, alright. But today, I never drink Diet Pop. I drink the full-strength version. I never use Marjorie. I use rich, creamery butter. I never use low-fat milk. I use regular, full-bodied, 100% rich milk, and always the richest, thickest cream I can buy. I eat the best cuts of meat, the juiciest sausages, the best tasting of everything. Just like a king. Except, I'm losing weight. Okay, enough about the software and the proof. Yeah, okay. So it's a calorie counting software. And yeah, it's a very clickbaity way to describe a nutrition tracker. Which is very funny. Okay, Funky says, that reminds me of how the NHS tried to standardize the systems into one system called System 1. Every trust ended up using so many bolt-ons and additional scripts that not even basic demographics like name, sex, or age were stored in the correct places. Someone can do a deep and detailed write-up about some concerning child protection issues on their version of System 1. Yikes. And I wouldn't know as my version, wouldn't even know they've been seen as the standard form had not been touched. This is I've heard some very similar stories about medical record keeping, or just record keeping in general, like education record keeping. Similar kind of thing, like they... what's it called? Every district or whatever just kind of got their own bespoke system, and then none of the fields ended up matching, and then now here in the year of, you know, in the 21st century, people are asking, okay, why can't we have like a national database for this? And the answer is all the fields are very slightly different. Also, the database schemas were like designed in the 90s when databases were brand new, and so they're just dog shit. Okay, well, that was a fun little diversion into the other products of Hopkins technology. But yeah, I think they could have picked a better publisher. Just I can kind of see why this may have like sunk without a trace, despite being, you know, quite good. Like for a 1995, 96 game, this is pretty good. Oh, the Reinitiate Alchemist says, Access DBs ruled every business environment unless you were a big business paying for full DB licenses. Oh yes, Microsoft Jet is alive and well. There are plenty of line of business products which use Jet still. Which I guess isn't exactly the same as Access, but it's, you know, it's the same database engine. Let's not kid ourselves. Okay. This particular table holds nothing of interest. However, the master's table is nearby, in the back of the mess hall. Oh, right, this is a mess hall. Why can't I get rid of the... Those particular tables contain nothing of interest. For some reason, the text window doesn't appear to be wanting to leave, but... Okay, but now... Okay, now it does. No, crap, go back. Alright then, let's go back to the... Oh. Okay, there's like a little antechamber here. Uh-oh, no, go back. We did not want to enter what looks to be a maze. Where's the big kids table? Here we go. Atop the master's table, Corin finds and pockets a silver platter, a silver goblet, a butter knife, and a large metal bowl. Okay. Those particular tables contain nothing of interest. Oh, and now okay. Draw all. Why is that not disappearing now? And like if I walk out and I click on OK, then it'll disappear. Okay. What? Is there a mouse? Okay. Actually, there's an easy way. B mouse up. Okay, that calls 682 mouse up. Alright, and that calls 187 mouse up. Okay, so it calls the score script on the bitmap. At least I think it's the score script on the bitmap. Yeah, so clicking mouse up on there is meant to hide the dialogue. But if we go into this room, Kinnikos asks, he pocketed everything, incredulously. You bet. Like, look, if we were to open this up, you can see we now got a silver platter, a goblet, a butter knife, and a bowl. Okay, so 683 opens this. But interesting, okay, now that we've changed room, for some reason, it goes to 774 as the, 774 as the script for hovering it. How does it figure that out? Where does it get that from? Okay, hang on, should we... Yeah, okay, so starting event script Mouse up, score script member 77431. I'm guessing that's because like the yeah, because channel 31 is the one with the sprite in it. Okay. And if you look at channel 31, yeah, there is a script member 774 which deliberately does nothing. So I'm not sure if that means that the original has this bug where it has, where we have like this override here, or if the cast script is meant to take precedence over this. I don't think it would be that, because I went to the effort of like checking to see like what the order of precedence was. I'm pretty sure. Anyway, we'd be able to like check in the original, I suppose. So draw off. But now if we were to like go into this doorway here, I can see here like channel 31 here does not have, yeah, there is no script cast member, which means if I click this, it just goes. So what have we here? Another, oh my god, reading, okay. Following a unique symbol? The city was taken out. The Duke found himself marooned inside the keep in order to defend him. He barely escaped with his life by fleeing to Gilmore's bunker, which is situated below the castle. The bunker opened out of the city's extensive system of caverns, and the Duke found his way to the surrounding forest by following a unique symbol. Once outside, he gathered a new army, invaded Natadorn, and after a long and arduous battle was able to take it back. Okay. So the symbol kind of looks like a spitting Venus flytrap. Okay, anything else? Game is a little light on descriptions, I'll give it that. How about this door? Okay. Inside the council chambers, Corin sees a scene of destruction so vile he cannot bear to look at it. He grabs the only visible item, a tightly capped dark green potion that has the words "Negation of Magic" etched into the bottle. Oh, I see. Okay, so that was what was alluded to in the introduction, that the guy just goes ham. Okay, well, no. Come on, I wanted you to go back. So vile we couldn't even draw it. Corin feels his gorge rising as he surveys the council chambers once again. He refuses to go back in there. I mean, if you're gonna be like that, Corin. So we'll save game. Okay, so something that I need to do. Okay, good. So it did save the game. So the question is, why does it not load the game? I go to the menu up here and I load the game. Hang on. What have we got? We've got... Okay, so we've got restore save game. Oh, that's not good. So it's changing the game state, then it does like a go, but then the go is kind of cooked. That's not good. All right. I guess because it's trying to load in a... Yeah, we've got some kind of string which has... What's it called? Bad vibes. No, not bad vibes. The weird, just carriage returns, no line feeds, which is the Mac way of doing things. Okay, which method is this? Can we just look at that method? It's event script 103. Okay, D8 103. Uh-oh. What's happened here? Oh, is it because I've frozen it at the wrong point? And it's now trying to... Like, it's frozen trying to get the time in the... Oh, wait, no, crap. It's because... Yeah, because we're already inside the function that's getting the time and date, and we're calling get time and date. Okay, I've cooked it. That's alright. Let's go... Let's just start afresh. At least we know that the save game feature works. Now we just gotta load the game. Otherwise, I'm worried that when we get to a big problem, we're gonna have a mountain of difficulties getting back on track. was kind of hoping that we'd see like more goons and like more deaths. Like the beginning of the game was very exciting, but now we're just down to like exploring this castle after the massacre. Okay, restore the game. Okay, so that screwed up. Go. Yeah, alright. It's... So which frame? What the hell is which frame? So read... Okay, we called read line on the object, which includes... which apparently includes like a new line on the end? Is that right? Okay, okay. So we load game, cancel. Okay, and now we're here. Actually, what was the what was... Yeah, so it was loading this item here, and it was terminated with like a new line. Okay, message. And then I think it's... Okay, I can never remember the call for this, which is... No, I'm not gonna guess it. Guessing is I may as well just read from this. Read from in here. Yeah. Okay. So set AX. of course, yeah, the docs wouldn't say how to do freaking... What else? Books. Does this book explain how to use file.io? No, it doesn't. Great. Oh. No matter how many times I have to like look it up again, like it just does not stick in my mind. Oh god, alright. Okay. There we go. Alright. I've already dumped the script, so let's just look at that. Okay. Set game file.io object to file.io mnew right. Okay. And what was the name of the thing that I made? Test.txt. Original. Handler not defined. Okay, so we've got this. How we just file.io? Handler not defined. Is it mnew with a capital letter? No, it's not. Okay, well, put I can't remember, like, escape characters? Like, escape characters are weird. They're weird in Director. They're so freaking weird. Oh my god, did I actually close the... I better not have closed it. Yeah, okay. New line. Carriage. How about just string? There's another way of doing this, which is... I think there's cars. Oh, yeah. Num to car. Okay. Let's just do that. So we go put num to car. What's D? 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, okay. Set AX equals well, actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus num to car 13. Put AX. Wait, no, it's not add. It's ampersand. Put AX. Okay, there we go. And then if we go, is it integer? Like, what's the command that they're using in the script to... Okay, there's a function called integer. Right, there we go. So even if there is a line break on the end, it's got to be stripped off. So there's that. Yeah, okay, so we've got get a line type. Okay. Kiniko says, do you have a counter for how many times you've had to fix director save games? It would probably be equal to the number of times there have been save games. It's it's quite a common issue. Interesting. All right. So here we have it checking the number 1 against like the next. Okay. I'm starting to wonder, like, is readline the problem here? Is readline not meant to be adding a new line on the end? That'd be kind of like a weird thing for... Because, yeah, like, we've got... File m readline is equivalent to file a return. God, that's the stupid global that they've got. Okay, because, like, yeah, if you go... put return... Yeah. Okay. Okay, include the break character when the skip string is empty. Because yeah, like what do we got? We've got the skip string and then the break string. Oh, here we go. mRead word reads the next word of the file and returns it as a string. Words are delimited by spaces and return characters. Spaces are not returned. The return character at the end of the line is returned as a word by itself. Reads the next line of the file, that is up to and including the next return character, and returns it as a string. Okay, good. So the return string ends with the return character, except perhaps at the end of the file. So that part is fine. So the thing that we need to change is how we're coercing that. So that's okay. There we go. So now we've got get align type. Interesting. All right. So would that even work? Because it's saying like put one return, which gives you this, equals 1. No, it does not. They are different. I mean, there's also there's the very rare chance that they've modded read line to be slightly different. But I doubt it somehow. 673 load game, okay. Okay, so we've got set dummy stir, set which movie number. Oh no, okay, no, it is there. It is adding the return on the end. Okay, so that's good. So all we need to do is fix integer which frame, or fix integer so that it coerces properly. So if we go b integer, yeah, this guy. So if it's a string type, then right. So yeah, okay. That's the problem. We're only checking to see if the next character is either a null or a space. Before we stop, we should probably add a new line to that as well. So we'll say avoid num to car 10, which I think is line feed. Okay, line feed is also fine. Okay, so I think we should go repeat from for I. Oh no, it's repeat while. So I think we should go repeat, pause. Num to car I. Variable used before a sign of value. Okay, I've screwed up the syntax. It is repeat while. Okay, repeat while. Oh, it's repeat with. God damn it! All right. Recompile all scripts. And if we were to run this, interesting. Okay, so we have quite a lot of characters which are fine. Okay. Is there any pattern to these? No. Oh, okay, none. Basically none. Oh wait, no. What am I saying? Like we have like English text, I suppose. Like, what's 46? So if we go like put num to car 46, that is a full stop. That's apparently bad. There's 48 to 59, which is the digits. That makes sense. Then we've got 65, which I think is lowercase a. Uppercase a, sorry. Alright, what was it? It was 95. Oh, 96. 96 was the other one. Backtick, of course. Why wouldn't it be backtick? And then 123 and up. Bloody hell. Alright, that's real complex. So we just include the ranges, I guess. Like, it's unlikely that any of the others are going to be kind of hinged upon, but... So it's from 0 to 45. Then from 58 to 64. Was it 64 that was the final one? No, 65. Okay. '96, then everything up to 123. Okay, so we do that. Ryu Nishinaka says, these are the ASCII car codes or something else. Yeah, these are the, I mean, this is, it's complicated because Windows is like ISO 8859 or Windows code page 1252, but it's also sort of emulating Mac Roman because that's what, you know, macOS uses, and therefore like there's things like line breaks being just carriage return as opposed to carriage return line feed. And initially we just had like two checks. We just checked, is it a null or is it a space, to indicate that like integer should stop reading the string, but empirically we now know that it's these characters, these character ranges here. And like potentially that could like have issues if there's like a big character remapping exercise, but I mean, all of this looks like it's within the ASCII range, so it should be compatible between Mac Roman and Windows 1252 anyway. Okay, so if we quit Lingo exec debug level 5, we start that again. We try restoring a game. Oh, look at that! There we go. Got our cool stuff. We'll just go into the council chambers and see if we've got if we're feeling a little sick. Corin feels his gorge rising. Okay, his gorge is rising. Hey Scyllin, Scyllin says, how does it behave with A to Z characters inside a sequence of numbers? 1, 2, 3, A, 4, 5, and so on? That is a good question. I believe that given that we were excluding... I think it just refuses to do it, but... Because, like, yeah, if we go, like, put integer 1, 2, 3, A, 4, 5... Yeah, it just returns void. Which, like if we look at this, then... Yeah, basically like it just walks through the string until it finds a character that it doesn't like, which is not part of this sequence, and then otherwise it gives up. Like, you know, by default, like res is void, so I believe that if it doesn't reach here, yeah, it uses stir to L, which is the C standard library way of doing it. I think. I mean, what's the manual for stir to L? Convert a string to a long integer. Yeah, okay. So stir to L converts as long, you know, it just keeps going until it finds something that it can't understand. And then what we're checking here is the next character that it can't understand one of these magic types, at which point it does result like that. So that's actually, okay, so then if we were to go like put integer 1, 2, 3 return, and then after the return we put the letter A. If I fit it properly. Yeah, so because it found the return, then it doesn't matter that there's a letter A on the end. So good, our implementation is correct. Ryu Ishinaka says, I've known some C code to pass it as an int of 1, 2, 3 and ignore the A and everything after. Yeah, I mean, in this, yeah, I think in this case we've got the balance right. It just goes for the next, you know, it passes it, then for the next character that stir to L can't understand, it either, you know, freaks out and returns void, or it accepts it and returns returns good. Okay. Okay, so what else can we do? So we've been in there. We've got like a bunch of. Well, we got the dispel magic. Plus all that stuff we found at the big kids table. What was through here? Did we actually inspect this room in any detail? Ooh, a bed. As much as Corin would like to take a nap, now is not the time. Corin considers taking the candelabra, but quickly realizes it's too heavy and awkward to be useful. What about these keen-looking potion ingredients? On the shelves, Corin finds several jars of spices, ginseng, saffron, and able root. Oh no, there's a potion mixing. There's crafting. This game has crafting. Let's... Ryu Shinaka says, so this game has just been broken all of this time, broken AF this whole time, all those years. No, I think that we're fixing ScummVM to work for the integer function to work in the same way that the original did. So yeah, the original, because yeah, like the original save game code was using readline, which then ends each line with a line break, or sorry, a carriage return character, and we just needed to fix our version of the integer function, which turns a string into an int, to work just like how Director does. And now that we've done that, we've got working save games. Kinoko says, according to Half Sword, search for this game on Steam, a candelabra is heavy and awkward, but still extremely deadly to be stabbed or otherwise run through with. I can believe that. You don't have to convince me. Arvenlar says, sounds like the OG Kingdom Come Deliverance with that mixing potions. Okay, do I still have that screenshot of the book? Because yeah, we've got Potion of Serratus, Potion of Aragon, Saffron, Ginseng, Able Root, Grapplebane. And that gives you Potion of True Sight. I don't think that we have the Potion of Serratus, so I'm not sure how much we'll be able to do. But I wonder if I add like some dark green potion. How about Jailer's Key? How about Goblet? How about Saffron? Able Root, Ginseng, dark green potion? Okay. Okay, so it doesn't... It looks like you can't soft lock. Kineko says, "Oh man, mixing potion reminds me of the alchemy mechanics in Gnarly Chronicles where you have to properly measure everything." Yeah, like the copy protection puzzle in Freddy Farkas. Okay. Whoop, no. Leave the mixing table. We don't have enough ingredients. Can we burn the mixing table to the ground? Can I set the bed on fire? It would probably not be a good idea to set the bed on fire. How about the candelabra? There's already plenty of light in the room. Corin had better conserve his magic for a more important use. I appreciate that they went to the effort of, like, adding in little verbs for, like, setting things on fire, particularly. Can I burn the door down? The door is locked. Okay. Oh, you can even use the key, and the key does not seem to fit. Can I use the butter knife to... something? Okay. The unlock... Oh yeah, that's right. The unlock spell doesn't work because of the door. It does a little moonwalk away from the... Body of the apprentice. Ooh, wait. Searching the servant's body, Corin discovers a key of dark red metal. Oh, there was a servant there. Oh yeah, I guess there was. I just missed that. Okay, well, Crimson Key. Oh, here we go. Now we've reached... We may have, like, reached a plateau here, because as you can see, we need scroll buttons, and we don't have those, because I deleted them. Come on. Oh, there we go. We just walked through the door. I mean... Yeah, alright. The black and red garbed soldier is most definitely dead. His only possession, a sword, lies broken nearby. Sword is broken, apparently by a powerful blast of magic. Why can't I pick up the broken sword? Corin notices the kindling in the fireplace contains some twigs of the magical wood grapplebane. He takes a few in case they might prove useful later. Colin selects a small metal poker from the stand. Perhaps it'll come in useful. God, fuck. Those books don't look interesting, but the potions on the top shelf. Oh, yes, please. Potion of Serratus is frothy and green. Corin pours some into a flask and carries it with him. These two flasks are cracked and useless. The potion of Nibidrock emits soft green light. Corin pours some into a flask and carries it with him. Yeah, now we've, Oh, we've still got a couple of inventory slots left that we can reach. But yeah, like you can see... Aragond. Potion of Delaburn. And Potion of Blettery. Okay, well... That's all good. We're now potioned up. The bust portrays some forgotten founding father of the Crimson Tower. But the telescope. The telescope near the window. I hope you like its appearance, because I'm sure you understand that it wouldn't be very interesting to look through during the day. Well, not with that attitude. Can I burn the telescope? How about the potions? Using a spell on a magical potion would be an exercise in stupidity. Well, how about setting the fireplace alight? Oh, such a tasteful piece of decoration deserves to be left in place. These books will provide no assistance. Corin doesn't need that candle. The flame spell suffice. Oh, and through the window, Corin can see the misty valley of Daklador. The city of Knardaton lies far beyond. Okay, Kinnika says, you do eventually find an alchemy book in Gnarly Chronicles that properly chronicles every potion you can make with the mechanic and the measurements, but it's still irritating trying to actually do the measuring because the ingredients act like inventory items. You have to activate them, and mechanics require you to deactivate them mid-sequence to only partially add an increment. Oh my god, yeah, that sounds like ass. Yeah, okay. Well, we're a little... I'm not sure we're going to be able to mix the potion because of how much crap we've got. Okay, so I'll save. Yeah, Ryu Shinaka says, that inventory panel needs some scrolling or condensing. Yeah, so the trick with that, right? It is meant to be a scrolling inventory panel, however, in order to kind of get to where we are, like essentially the next step that we're going to have to do is rewrite the scrolling text widget, because at the moment we do have one, but it is a massive hack. It uses the window manager to put a normal sized text widget into like a box with some scroll bars, and there's just way too many problems. Like I had to like and yeah, I just went through and removed like the 15 or so different, because yeah, then it means like we need to keep like 2 copies of each piece of widget code, one for if it's a text box, one for it's a window. Then you have the window manager that's responsible for drawing it rather than the renderer, which is just, yeah, it just causes like a ton of problems. So the plan that I had was to go through and refactor the text widget to have like the built-in ability to scroll up and down, as opposed to using the weird window manager. But we'll see if we can... What do we got? We've got Potion of Serratus, Potion of Aragon, Saffron, Shinsen, Able Root, and Grapple Bin. I think I've got all of those things. So if we go Grapple Bean, Serratus, Potion of Aragon... Oh yeah, okay. Potion of Aragon is scrolled off the screen, so... I think we've, yeah, we're gonna... In order to get any further, we're gonna have to fix that problem. Alas. So let's move our surgery commit to the top. And let's look at what we're going to do. Because yeah, if you look at MacText window, you can see that it just is a big old wrapper which resizes the MacText. And yeah, like and I mean, you know, it's a Oh, plus a bunch of kind of like glue code, which passes like, you know, stuff through to the window manager. So I think what we should do is we should maybe look at the code responsible for rendering the scroll buttons. Oh, sorry. I always keep forgetting that. Yeah, so here's the code for the MacText window class. Mostly just kind of a wrap around a MacText widget and then a bunch of glue to join at the window manager, as I was saying. I don't think we need this. I think we can get away with adding a flag to MacText and using the same... There's like a helper class, I think, in there, which actually renders the scroll bar. And we just yank that. So MacText. Because the thing is, like, MacText already has like the ability to scroll, I'm pretty sure, because it's got to deal with like widgets that are a fixed size and then like have overflowing amounts of text in it. So why would we not use that? That seems like a much better option. Okay, so then it calls like load internal border. So I think we'll add in a... Because yeah, okay, here's the constructor initially. So we've got dimensions, we've got which window manager to join it with. All this stuff. Border, gutter, box shadow, text shadow, fixed dims. I'll say bool scrolling. So it says scroll bar, and then we change the default in here. I mean, do other Mac widgets have that? Are they tied to the window manager by default? Yes, they are. Okay. So we'll just go in. Add all the stuff in there. I'll add another little thing in there, which... So I think that, like, scroll bar would be a, it'd actually be fixed dims and scroll bar. Because you would never have a scroll bar if there were not fixed dimensions. So and that would set that. We would still need... Okay, and then like looking back in here, then we've basically got, if there's a scroll bar, okay, then we got to kind of like do a little bit of a hack with borrowing this code. Okay, there's a window flag which calls has scroll bar, which enables that. Yeah, alright. Okay, so let's just list the things we need to do. We need to if we go like yeah, okay, and then like as part of so you draw the contents of the window and then you draw the border over the top. Okay. I mean, mechanically it makes sense to use... Well, I mean, I say mechanically it makes sense. I can see where they were trying to kind of save time by using the window code for it, but it's a little too complicated. Little too complicated. So we have this. So we have fixed dims and scroll bar. Where do the dimensions go? Okay, the parent Mac widget. Okay, and that gets put into dims. Okay. Oh, right. Okay, and you can specify. Okay, and there's gutter. Okay, and then we got this, which then recalculates the dims. Where's the code that actually renders the text? Okay. And the text rendering code also needs work. There's issues when you line wrap, like the line, like what's called when you type into a text box and it wraps over to a different line, then it gets cut off at the wrong spot, which is not ideal. Alright. So how does MacText currently work? We've got this code here which renders it, then it fills in a background, like the background color. Then it draws in the text shadow, which I think is just the same text but it's offset by a little bit, you know, that old trick. Then it draws the text. Yeah, okay. So my thought is that like the difficult part of overhauling the MacText code will be dealing with this, because I mean, like right now, if I were to kind of create a text box, come on, spread over multiple lines, and then I'm gonna go here, change it to scrolling. Oh, hello. That's interesting. So if I go fixed, and we've got our there we go. We've got our fixed size. And then I say I want scrolling, please. Yeah, it adds the scroll bar on the side, which makes me wonder, does that count as part of the bounding box, or is that just an invisible little overhang on the bounding box? So put actually no, it's like put the width of cast 2. Okay, the width of cast 2 is currently 100, and if I change this to be just a fixed field, it's still 100. So scroll bar does not count towards the dimensions. So I'll add that to my notes. Scroll bar hangs over right hand side, does not contribute to widget dimensions. Since this function is only able for the window which has scroll bar, thus it doesn't have scroll bar, then we don't have to calc it. Okay. Alright, so there's an attribute called Mac window border, which is down here, and it just, okay, so you don't have to specify anything in the constructor. You can just add it. Right, okay. Alright, I guess we'll just have to kind of copy lots of this. Really? I guess this render. Whatever, it's not in order. Okay, and then set border type would be okay when border when 95 scroll bar. Okay, and then there's this load internal border. Really? Load internal border? Oh, is it going to be like a protected class? No, it's public. It's freaking public. No member named load internal border and graphics Mac window border. What do you call this? Oh, like internal. Okay, fine. Yeah, right. You got me there. Cool. That's that. Okay, there's that stuff there which has like scroll pause. What about like clicking stuff? So there's like mouse move. Yeah, this thing here. Okay, so like these are all the events for like checking to see if it's within a border. Okay, and then we have that. Inidim's bottom, Inidim's left, Inidim's right, Inidim's... okay. So I mean, okay, how does MacText deal with input then? It's like get mouse car, get mouse word, get mouse line. Mouse. Oh, here we go. Okay, so there's process. Okay, there's process event, which I guess deals with all of this. Okay, right. So clicking on it is hard-coded. Unless it's a menu, because of course MacText can also be used for freaking menus. Okay. Oh wait, no. No, this... No, it's not used for menus, it's... You can point it at a menu, which then enables the copy, cut... Oh my god, this is not... This is... Dislike how this is done. Okay, and yeah, we've already got this scroll. We've got this scroll method, which is fine on its own. So I guess we would have to go. If scroll bar and then we just yank is in scroll. I mean, okay, we have like a check if it is in scroll, but Oh, okay. Then it tells us, is it border scroll up and border scroll? Okay. What was it? It was window click. Okay, window click index. Okay, and then okay, we have like border scroll down, border scroll up, border scroll left, and border scroll right. I don't think we need the scroll right and left because that's not an option. It's just scroll up and down. So interesting. Okay, so there's calc scroll bar, which alright, so Oh my god, alright, so it like scrolls them. Okay, yeah. This I'm not sure about, right? Because like it looks like it's doing both. It looks like it's moving the rendering position for, I mean, maybe it's just passing it straight through to Mac text. See, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I mean, even this is kind of not ideal because, like, I'm pretty sure L button down doesn't repeat. Like, it only sends one event, so it's be like, you'd get feedback from clicking the scroll button once, but you wouldn't get it, you know, you wouldn't get what you expect, which is for it to kind of, to drag down, but, you know, whatever. Like, the original code was also bad in this regard, so I'm not too, I can live without fixing it for now. Dim's right, be right, border color, border, is in scroll bar. Crap, is in scroll. Is in border. Yeah, Kineko says, you know what's really embarrassing to see? Copit apparently has this really old teaser trailer for Terra Nova Strike Force Centauri that has a very ugly looking title screen logo, but it also showed in-game footage of the PVOs moving with no animation. They're just scooting around stiff as a board. That's... I know that game had development troubles, but I think it's not a good idea to have such preliminary footage as a teaser trailer. Yeah, it strikes... feels like you maybe should kind of hold off a bit if you don't have basic character animation going on. Like, that's... it's kind of weird. Kind of weird to put out a teaser trailer for that. Border resize button. I don't care about any of that. That's not interesting to me. Border scroll up and border scroll down. That's the guy I want. Oh, I see. So if there's any type of event at all which has a mouse event inside the border, which I guess would include like mouse movement events. So I guess that's kind of a way around it. Oh wait, but then okay. Then it checks to see if it's like the button down or button up. We'll just do it like that, shall we? It doesn't have to be perfect. Right, so there's all that noise. If we look at the info for draw, right, and then in here we gotta go. I gotta add I guess a surface, managed surface, border surface. Okay. Yeah, okay. Actually, no, we split border into border surface. What are the stupid flags? Get border flags. Oh no, that better not be. I hope that's not tied to the stupid window manager. If it's tied to the window manager, oh god. Really? Really? You can't just draw to a surface, you have to include the window manager in it as well? God damn it. Oh, actually, okay, no. Maybe I'm overreacting. Maybe okay, no, I'm overreacting. It's just querying the window manager for like crap like the patterns and the color. Okay, thank God. Okay, we're good. We're cool. It's fine. There's no. I was very worried there to think that like, oh, it's just gonna like draw directly onto something on the window manager, which is the whole reason why we're moving the code into here. For real? Okay. Oh no, it's a reference. Okay. Alright, see ya, Avanla. Okay. So draw border from surface. Yeah, okay. So let's set scroll bar. Load tool border. We'll just do that for now.
Mine is being able to write, produce, direct, act, paint. Other people are good plumbers, that's their gift.
I feel that. Is that my gift, being a good plumber? Far out. Okay, so we do this, we grab this. So I think that maybe draw? So this code here, I think, can live in here. Then we just need whatever the this guy. Kinikos asks, what's it called in programming languages when the return type can literally be anything? I think it's called JavaScript. Delete this. Oh shit, I gotta add a definition. Okay, so we got that. We've added in. Great minds crushing ceiling. Great minds. I don't know. It's a pretty cheap punchline, but it's true. There is almost none more truer. Maybe PHP. Okay, we've done all that. Now we just need to wire it up to. Oh yeah, we just need to go back to our text class in the director code and actually reattach that that text box type. K text type scrolling. That's the guy. It's like, Okay, so there's all this. Text type equals code size fixed. There we go. Will it build? No, it won't, because I copy-pasted something I shouldn't have. $202, okay. Wait, what? Oh, right, okay, I see. There was already something called border because that was, you know, fine. That's on me. So say scroll border. Then we go through here, look for border for code that I have just added. I did save that, did I? Okay. The statement with fall through. Okay, I made another typo. Alright, let's see. I'm going to probably wrap the stream up here, but let's see how broken my first attempt is. My first attempt with no proofreading and just a bunch of copy-paste. Alright, Hopkins. Restore. Oh, we segfaulted. We segfaulted. How do we segfault? What? Oh. Oh, okay. That's annoying. So so the class that renders the little kind of that renders the sprites is tied to window in some way. I don't have it in me to fix it tonight. I will go back with my decoupling machete another day and have a try at that. But that's I don't know, maybe Rust has ruined me, but every time I kind of like look at just kind of the infinite fractal mess of classes and inheritance, it's, yeah, it just, it makes me depressed. It makes me a little bit depressed. Okay. That said, we did alright. We got like the little kind of, we got dungeon, was it Dungeon Street? Was it Dungeon Road? It was Dungeon Street. Yeah. So we got Dungeon Street working. We fixed that rendering glitch with that. We fixed the other issue with integer so that we can load the save games. We got, I mean, we made a beautiful start at like just deleting a ton of extra code that we don't need. If we add scroll bar support directly into Mac text, and we got, you know, we got up to a potion mixing puzzle in this sorcery game. Yeah, all good things, and like all good things, we must come to an end and find someone else to ship everybody over to. Who's on? Who's doing stuff? Okay. That'll do. Alright, go over to Absurdity, say hello. Next stream is probably going to be another... Yeah, it's going to be Monday. We're going to be working on the adventure game again. And that's about all I have to say. Have a wonderful rest of your evening / week. I will see you Monday. Probably. Bye!